of the blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
The following program comes to you in color.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. It's Walt with you here for another edition of Runway DFW. We are here at Founders Plaza on the northwest side of DFW Airport, overlooking runways 18 right and 18 left. And we'll be here with you for the next few hours for all of the international arrivals, maybe a few departures, and all the stuff that happens on a Saturday afternoon at one of the biggest airports in the world, DFW. Here on this, what is it, Saturday, October 21st, 2023, and away we go.
On the World Wide Web.
Oh, that was me getting in the way of my own shot. Well, welcome to all. We are here with you, and there's lots of things going on right now just out in front of us. There are about, I don't know, maybe a dozen planes lined up to take off for various parts of the world and the country.
Right up, Lord. 18 left. Take off. Halfway 373.
Go back here. There's me on the left, and there's A-list flyer Chris there on the right. He is joining us live. He's one of our great mods. He's a channel member, and you may recognize him from other channels as well. He's a mod on Airline Videos Live also. So he's a busy fella, and he's taking some time out to see us on this Saturday afternoon. As we eyeball Flight 1065 coming in from Austin at a 737-800.
20 left, line up and wait, envoy 3366.
So as I said, we've got a lot of planes over yonder. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 of them in that shot there. There are more.
Where were you? I go with you, Michael, sure, 18 left.
One of them.
Cross 18 right and hold total 18 left, American local 821.
We have midsight.
That one there is American Flight 13, no, sorry, check that. Flight 175, it's an Airbus, sorry. I'll get caught up. It's a Boeing 787-8, and that will be going to Haneda Airport in Tokyo. So it's a very pleasant day. It's kind of partly sunny, I guess you would say. Lots of high, wispy clouds. Keeping a lid on the temperature. It's still not cool here. It's 86 degrees officially. On my thermometer here, it says 99. Could that be right?
Hard out to Lauren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 3366.
So you got an E-jet going off there to, I didn't make note of where that was going, sorry. Here comes American Flight 2593 from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Coming up on the lane grade for 18 right. Red line 18 right, American 15.
Say hello to some of you all. There's A-list flyer Chris sitting right next to me. Says good afternoon, friends and flyers. Jacob Sharp says hello, everyone. Nelson Munar says good afternoon and greetings from Colombia. So hello to our South American neighbors. Captain General, good afternoon, everyone. Lovely Saturday in DFW. Raina Taylor, a Quad Jet channel member, a friend of the channel, and a equestrian champion, says good afternoon, everyone. Really wanted to be out there with Walt today, but I've had setbacks because my mom is taking care of my grandparents, especially my grandpa. One day I'll be there again, and we look forward to that. Thank you, Raina. Glad you could chime in there. Dale Heston, a channel member, says hello, Walt, and hello to you. George Ragsdale gives us a greeting from Dallas. Stephanie says, Walt, you need to have UPS sponsor Runway DFW. Give them a fair amount of promotion and coverage. Well, it is what it is. You know, American should be the sponsor, really. But then I couldn't speak openly and frankly about whatever I see here, could I?
Well, timer at 1764, one right.
A few trains out with a greeting for me and for A-list flyer Chris. Nice to see you both. Hello to everyone else from an exceptionally soggy UK. Here comes American Flight 1667. Where is it coming from? Seattle. It's an Airbus A321. As we come to you a bit early this afternoon on Runway DFW. The highlight of the afternoon, of course, is always the king of the skies, the Airbus A380. And that will be happening close to 5 o'clock this evening. Until then, I think we should be seeing, I haven't really looked at the schedule, I think we should be seeing Air France and Finnair coming in from Paris and Helsinki, respectively. And as you can see, we've got a nice crowd out here on the grass, watching the planes come and go here at Founders Plaza. It's a free place to watch and listen to aircraft. You can just close your eyes and listen to them if you want, I guess.
Yes, we do. And maintain separation. Contact departure American 407.
From McAllen, Texas came that aircraft, a 737-800. An hour and 12 minutes is how long it takes to go betwixt here and there, or there and here. to Boise, Idaho goes this American flight 2944.
Arnett to Warren, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, American 2635. Envoy 20 left, American 3031.
Arriving from San Diego, not San Antonio, is this Airbus A321. If you're new to our little shindig here or new to DFW Airport, you will take note that there are lots of American and American Eagle planes here. We will see those all through the day. This is the home base for American Airlines, and they control pretty much most of the traffic here, although there you see a Delta A319 going to Salt Lake City. We are waiting for the big Dreamliner to head off to Narita Airport in Tokyo. Or Haneda Airport in Tokyo, I'm sorry. It's flight 175.
Fifth takeoff, 20 left, Arnett B Park, American 1331.
Line point 18 left, correct 1967.
Still with you, 764. West. Echo to Whiskey, Michael, show the 18 left, American 764. Departure 26 to Route, good day. I retired at the 521 outside of Netty, 4 day record.
We have another big jet coming in right now.
Runway 18 left, line up and wait, American 135 minutes.
That was American Flight 21, 777 arriving from Heathrow Airport in London. Angela is here, Angela Smith. So now we have two friends of the channel in place.
Arnett B Park, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, American 135.
All right, off to the land of the rising sun goes this Streamliner.
Roger that, line up and wait, runway 18 left, American 868.
Ooh, there's a Spirit plane with a white nose. Did you see that? We'll take a closer look at that in a minute. I know we've seen another Spirit plane with a white nose. I don't know if that's the same one, or my thinking is that that happens when there's some damage that happens to the nose cone there and they don't have time to paint it or find one that's the right color, and they just slap on an unpainted replacement. We'll take a closer look at that in a minute. Using up pretty much all the runway there. Heavily laden with fuel for the Trans-Pacific trip to Japan. So there we go with the white nose Spirit flight 1971. It's going to Los Angeles, no, going to Las Vegas, I should say. What's up with that? A few trains out, someone forgot to rub the sunscreen into the Spirit Airlines nose, it seems. And now let's pause for some self-serving message from John Southwell. Walt, a great guy, love his streams. Just wish he would also put the temperature in Celsius for the rest of the world outside of the USA. You know, that's one of my goals, is to figure out how to do that. I'm not a real programmer, so I'm always investigating that. So I'll figure it out one of these days, and I apologize for that. But I understand. I'm with you on that. Carlo Longerbeam, channel member, says good Saturday afternoon, Walt, the fabulous mods, and everyone from DFW.
Tower flight 2708, official, 20 right.
Our arrival there was flight 1552 from Colorado Springs, a 737-800.
Flight 1 left Delta 1329.
Airline 1 right, flight 2708. Over departure, American A368, Echo.
American flight to Seattle, an Airbus A321, flight 1992. Wow, I could have jingled that one.
Whiskey Lima, show 1 American 1552.
Here in the afternoon on these super telephoto shots,
Okay, Whiskey Lima, cross 20 left, Alpha Route.
things do look a little wavy because of the heat.
All right, cross 20 left at Alpha, freeze on the top 65, Delta 521.
There's that Delta flight to Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A319. It is a 22-year-old aircraft. Brian Morrison says, like button smashed. Thank you.
Starboard 1365, 18 right.
Sir Revsalot says, any news on what grounded the Spirit A319s yesterday? And yeah, I did read that there were a Spirit grounded about 10 to 20% of its flights yesterday, and a certain number of those today for some operational issues, and it wasn't specified, and I didn't see anything new on that since yesterday. So I don't know if it's just Spirit planes or all A319s.
Yeah, hold short of Bravo, American 2357.
I hadn't heard anything about other airlines having similar
RNAV to Lauren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Spirit Wings, 1971.
issues. Let's take a look at this nose job here.
20
I do have to say, it's not the first time we've seen a plane with a discolored nose. This plane is an Airbus A320. It's not an Airbus A319.
RNAV B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff. Scout 32. Echo Whiskey Mike Ultra, white left, back to your flight 2708.
American Flight 1365 arriving from El Paso in West Texas. It's an Airbus A320. A 21-year-old aeroplane.
White left clear takeoff, right turn 190, maintain 10 south, Scout 38.
Channel member Chrissy Girl says, happy weekend, everyone, and I wish to all the same. Carlos Matos says, I'm watching this at the plaza. Well, then why are you watching this? It's Chuck Tolsman is here now. Not the whole gang. So we've got A-list flyer Chris, we've got Chuck Tolsma, we've got Angela Smith. It's almost like having a studio audience. That was flight 2357 from Denver, an Airbus A321 that just checked in. There on the left side of your viewing screen is American 2673 going out to Palm Springs.
Crosswind left Whiskey Lima, 0.85, American 2357.
Heidi Mart says, hey Walt, pilot friend is captain on American 2139 from MSN, arriving in 25 minutes, probably landing on the east side though. MSN. For some reason that airport code is not ringing a bell. This is that flight to Palm Springs, which we mentioned earlier. If you're just checking in, welcome to Runway DFW. We are here to bring you planes. And we'll be here all through the afternoon. Hopefully, if everything keeps working, leading up to the arrival of the British Airways A380 King of the Skies. And who knows what we'll see betwixt then and now, as our satellite truck beams our signal to the world. Channel member Holger Wright says, hello, Walt, hello, folks. Next Friday I'll be landing at DFW coming from Germany. Well, that sounds exciting. I hope you have a great trip. A few trains at says the question is whether Chuck has brought any Topo Chico with him. There's Chuck there on the right, Angela to the left of him, and then Chris sitting at the picnic table there. Joshua Leclerc says, good afternoon, Walt. And a good afternoon to you. MRI says, someone call for pizza. Rich Petrucco says, nice to put a face with the voice earlier. Have a great stream and nice to meet you. Yeah, we had a couple of people, including Chris, step up and say, hey, you know, love your show and thanks for doing this. And it's so nice to actually meet the people who are watching. There's Frontier Flight 9, or Flight 503. It's going to Denver with Sierra the Bighorn Sheep emblazoned on its tail. And with the East Tower of DFW in the background. And with American Flight 1887 arriving from Phoenix. And Airbus A321 Neo.
RNAV B Park 18 left, good for you, got 255 Joe. Roger, American. Short line, but with an American engine. West Station exam. No one left of the left mark. Good day, friend of mine, 503.
Let me look up Flight American 2139 here. Okay, coming in from Madison, Wisconsin, an Airbus A319. You put it on the map here. And yeah, that probably will arrive on the east side, but we'll try to catch that if everything is lined up for us. Heidi? Super 80 Swiss Air says, need an applause sign. Well, we don't really need an applause. We can just make our own applause. That's kind of weak and forced applause, I would say.
3048.
Kevin Kelly, channel member, says, good afternoon, Walt. Sitting at home watching football. Well, I imagine a lot of folks are doing that today, at least here in the U.S. Talking American college football. Here's an American Airlines E-Jet coming in from Grand Junction, Colorado. Flight 3786.
Crossing left Golf 82185 and 3546. Good morning. Afternoon, sir. Golf 8 cross 1 left number 85 only 37.
Rick Kelly says, hey Walt, watching from Grapevine along with Radar Flight 24, which we like to call Flight Radar 24, but maybe there's a different one called Radar Flight 24, I don't know.
Roger, good day, 531.
Stephen Pritchard says, talking about that Spirit plane we saw earlier, I don't know how true it is, but the reason for having a white nose cone is to reflect sunlight and minimize both the heating and any potential damage from solar radiation. Good morning, Walt, from England. Well, I don't know that that's the case, because Spirit, all their planes, well, all of their yellow planes, they do have some that are in a different design, but all their yellow planes have a yellow nose cone. So I think that is probably something to do with having been replaced, having that component been replaced recently, and just they didn't have one that was the right color. There's an Alaska Flight 566 7379 coming over the ridge. It's going to Seattle. And then right behind it, this is just one of my pet peeves. It's an American Airbus A321, but it's Flight 777. Well, it's going to Las Vegas, so I guess that's why it's Flight 777, you know, because I guess 7 is a lucky number, right? But, you know, it just seems to me that if you're an airline and you fly 777 aircraft, as American does, that you would reserve that flight number for that aircraft. Wow, ever since, even just since we've been here, the heat haze, that kind of, you know, it kind of looks like you're looking across a desert. That's really kind of multiplied since we've been here over the last hour or so.
All right, we'll continue across 18 left on Yankee. We'll give way to the 2 Americans when we cross, and we'll contact ground on the other side on the bridge.
So on extreme long-range views, our picture's going to look a little wobbly due to that.
Left, Alaska 566.
There in the background, you saw a plane coming in for a landing on the east side of the airport. And here comes a Delta. It's an Airbus A220. That plane arriving from Minneapolis, St. Paul, a 2-year-old A220. Anita Hedinger says, I so love watching this. Well, we so love you watching it. Thank you.
Right now, B Park, service takeoff 18 left, Alaska 566. 18 left, line up for White American Surface 7.
Anita says, I need to be on a plane flying to North Carolina. There's a Spirit plane with a yellow nose cone.
Negative, just a balloon.
It is getting kind of murky as we zoom in down there, isn't it? That plane that landed was arriving from Aspen, Colorado. A American Eagle 3291.
Departure Alaska 566, good day.
And there's flight 777 going to Vegas.
Put on 18 right, hold short, Bravo on 430.
Fat Rat Triple XL just subscribed. Thank you.
RB Park
FRXXL.
470 line up lane, 1 out loud. Good day, American 777. Number is Envoy 3889.
Lots of contrails in the sky this afternoon. Don't know what this is. It's headed to the southeast.
Alright, continue forward, Echo 38, jet to 665. Alright, after exiting, hold short, 18 left on Gulf 8, jet to 665.
Couldn't quite make out what that was on the radar.
Right, hold short, 18 left on Alpha, 39,
Well, there's another Spirit.
the long clear for takeoff, 18 left, fairway 470.
And this one is another A320, and it's another one that, and it's one that has a yeller nose cone there.
At Gulf 8, cross runway 18 left, ground, point 85, pitch at 665, good day.
What was that?
Cross 20 left, 65.
Curtis Mardews is a new member. Thank you, Curtis. I have no idea what that is. can pick it out of the radar here. I am not seeing that aircraft on the radar. I have no idea. Oh, wait a minute. Here, this might be it. Okay, that was a Citation Latitude. Came in from Austin. NetJets. Didn't see that land, so I don't know where that came from. Or maybe it's... I guess it came in right in front of us and I missed it. It was so teeny tiny. Silversmith says that contrail was an Air Canada to Cancun. Thank you to Silversmith for that observation.
Hold short, 18 left, takeoff 8, envoy 3478.
Here is one of those planes we are always excited to see. It's Lufthansa coming in from Frankfurt.
Envoy 3317, on visual 18 right. 18 right, clear to land, upper 33.
And we are lucky enough to see it landing over here on the west side. Oftentimes it will land on the east, almost out of our sight. It's Flight 438, checking in after 9 hours and 48 minutes up in the stratosphere. Now, someone was saying on an earlier stream that Lufthansa is going to be switching back to A340s on this route. And that makes my heart pitter-patter a little bit, because I really like that plane. So I hope that is true. Hey, that American Flight 2139 from Madison is on final to us over here on the west side. So I think it was Heidi who reported to us that a friend of hers was in the cockpit on this plane. And there it is. It's an Airbus A319, I do believe, dating back to the year 2000.
When he left, 1 up and wait, American 420. Cross 18 left to Golf 8, contact ground out 0.85 on 134.58.
So Heidi, tell your friend to tune into this broadcast and look for the time code on the screen of 126.
American 1332, have a good day.
Maybe we'll see that person in the cockpit.
Flight 1429 is with you, please proceed to right parking on this side of the west side. Right, how far is traffic coming with you?
Well, I'm going to say that was a perfect landing.
RNAV B part, 18 left, flip, takeoff, American 420.
Always happy to accommodate our viewers when we can.
Bravo, American 1429. Hold Bravo, American 1429.
Ultra 18 left, okay, 26.
Jana Brenner. A channel member says American Eagle retro on the way. Just saw it fly over it. Excited to see it land. That'll be good to see if it flies over on this side. That was an American Eagle, but that wasn't it. Robert Brune says, good afternoon, Walt. That's me. And chat, that's you. Raina Taylor, a Quadjet member, celebrating 5 months of membership. 5 months already, she says. Wow, I look forward to so many more. I'm definitely going to be at the Plaza again soon, and you, Walt, can showcase my trophies whenever I bring them, and you bet I will. And here are our Runway DFW audience members. There's A-list flyer Chris in the foreground. There's Angela Smith in the center. And of course, Chuck Topo Chico Tolsma there at the far end. Chuck needs a haircut. Chuck, do you need a haircut? He's not listening. There. There's our audience. Hey, if you'd like to be a member of a studio audience for a future live broadcast of Runway DFW, well, we don't have a studio, and we don't really have an audience. We're here at DFW Founders Plaza, and if you'd like to come hang out here, well, it's free. Just show up anytime. That's all you got to do. And if we're here, we would be more than happy to say hello to you at Runway DFW. And thank you to DFW Airport for providing us with the facilities here at Runway DFW to bring you this broadcast. Hats off to you, DFW Airport. Well, there's Patrick Blue 51 says, thanks for another great show. Awesome views and commentary. Appreciate that. Of course, it's all coming to you by way of the Runway DFW official satellite truck, beaming our signal into the heavens with our twin dishes, you know, one for redundancy. And we just hope it all holds up. That's an American Eagle aircraft, is it not? It is flight 4956 going to Grand Island. The next flight coming in is another American Eagle flight. This one will be an E-Jet arriving from the land of Panama City, Florida. Flight 3339. We have a new subscriber, Jacob DTA, I think it was.
Last line up, boy, American 9.
About to welcome Air France, flight 146. It's coming from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris.
RFB B Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, American time.
It is a Airbus A350 900.
Yes, we're 960.
So we get to show you these planes at night sometimes when they're making their way back, but it's been a while since we've been here in the afternoon to show you these international flights coming in, like Lufthansa and Air France. And we have another international flight coming in now. We'll switch over to that in a minute. But it's going to be American Flight 71 from Frankfurt, 787-8. So 2 Euros in a row for you. Stephen Pritchard says, I love the A350, my favorite aircraft at the moment. I see our friend and moderator and channel member Gerard in the house. Hello, Gerard. Getting a little raspy. There's his hello message. So we're on the lookout now for Flight 71 from Frankfurt. There it is, still a little bit out.
Tower American 2807, 18 right, and the east side. RNAV Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, sky west, 4957. 5.8, 18 left American, 2976.
That message telling you that Louis DeHaan is a new member, but I believe that's actually a membership milestone of some sort. But in any event, thank you, Louis DeHaan.
Take off 18 left American, 2976. Left, late American, 1790.
So DFW International Airport living up to its name by having 2 consecutive international flights in a row. Consecutive and in a row. I think that kind of means the same thing, doesn't it? Going out there is American 1798 to San Diego, an Airbus A321 there on the far right of your screen.
Costa A350, good afternoon. Visual to 18 right. 20 left line of the way, so it's 3238.
And the next flight coming in to arrive is also an international flight. This one will be from Mexico City on Aero Mexico Connect. So we'll watch this go off and then we'll swing around and catch the flight from Mexico City. That's going to be an Embraer 190.
Tower, good afternoon, American 2720, visual 18 right.
I think ground, American, not heavy today.
Right, clear lane, hold close, taxi, Bravo, American 2720, we're parking left.
Alrighty, here comes the Aero Mexico Connect.
Roger, still got it, American 1798. Departure 1798, see you. Tower, American 1957 for 18 right, parking east. I'm going to have Larry, 18 left, clip takeoff, Skywest, that's 238.
Next to arrive, American Flight 2807. It will be checking in from the city adjacent to the bay, San Francisco, an Airbus A321.
Hold short, 18 left, set up for the city.
Hey, we've got a Queen of the Skies on the way. Two more flights behind Cargo Lux 747-800 coming in from Anchorage. And it's, can't see it quite yet, but it is in the skies on the way. And so our first of what we hope will be more 4-engined airplanes today. This is American 2720, an Airbus A321 arriving from Tucson, Arizona. if we take a look at this picture here, this is the one I'm talking about. There on the left side of your screen is the 747. Let's see how close we can get to that. It's a 10-year-old aircraft, a 747-8 series.
On the point, 35 American 2740, get it.
Now, how can a 747 not be everyone's favorite plane? I mean, I'm old enough to remember when they introduced this aircraft. It's been more than 50 years ago. And I remember, you know, saying to myself, wow, that's certainly an unusual looking aircraft. But it has definitely grown on me over the years. And I don't think we'll ever see anything like it again.
Okay, taking right with the mic down here, sorry to the left.
Now we still have Finnair flight 19 coming in from Helsinki. It is be a little early today. It's scheduled at 3:05 Central Time, estimated here at 2:39. So a little less than an hour from now, we'll be seeing that plane. We hope that it will be dispatched over here to the west side.
Delta 1202 joining you on a visual for 18 right. Finland 18 right, Delta 1202.
Channel member Joseph Swartz says, I fell in love with the 747 when I first saw it as a kid.
Right heading 190, runway 18 left, clear for taxi,
John M. says, I like the large restrooms on board the 747. They were normal size, not single row sized. Philip Douglas says, 747, the best airline. I think he meant the best aircraft in the world. Jane Lilo says, I've always thought that the 747 is better than the A380. And there's Raina. There's my Queen plane. MRI says the 747 will outlive the A380, Walt. I think you're right there, MR. I think you are right. Layla Bergman, so gorgeous. And there it goes off to the cargo zone. Channel member Red Eye says, hello, folks. Good afternoon, Walt. Hello there. Kaushik Chakravarti says, uh-oh. Wait a minute. There is the retro American Eagle livery we had heard of earlier. Nice. I like that almost as much as the retro American Airlines livery, the one with the AA on the tail. It's very similar to that, except instead of the eagle on the tail, it has the letters AA on the tail. That's my favorite American Airlines livery, and that's certainly a cool looking American Eagle livery as well. Let's see if we can get another side shot of it over here. Oh, breezy today.
Tower American 841, 7 miles, 18 right, parking.
Yeah, it's a little hazy going way down there, but
20 left line underway, only 39 to 85.
the cloud cover seems to be increasing, which is nice for us. The airport says the winds are coming out of the south at about 9 miles an hour. Seems like more than that at the moment.
So is this broadcast, this being broadcast right now?
Yep.
Okay. So how long have you been doing this?
Since the end of 2021.
Oh, really? Okay. So if I get on YouTube and go Runway DFW, I'll find you.
Yeah.
I'll look you up.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Echo Alpha short of 18 left.
Pardon me?
Narrated?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just getting ourselves a new viewer there. Stop by and want to know what the heck we're up to. There goes an American Eagle flight to El Paso. We've got an American Airlines flight coming in from Fresno on an Airbus A321. So we shall swing around our camera for that. Now, we've got our own studio audience here, but there's also others who are watching Seeing how things are going. Saturday's usually a pretty busy place here at the airport. At Founders Plaza. But since this area is open 24 hours a day, there's generally somebody here. I mean, even when I come here at crazy times to set up or pack up, there's usually almost always at least a couple other people here watching the planes or just hanging out.
Across the 18 left, hold short 18 right, Bravo, American 979.
Before I forget, let me turn on our thank you to our members. They're down at the bottom of the screen. So you'll be looking at all these names that you're seeing are all members of the channel. And there's our sponsor, James Webb. Our quad jet members, and then you'll see the tri-jet members and the twin jet members. There's more than 200 of them now, which just kind of, my brain just goes into overdrive thinking about that. So thanks to all of you who are named down there, and all of you who are watching now, and all of you who are subscribing. It all makes a difference here at Runway DFW. I think I need a water. Let me check with our studio audience. Does anybody in the studio audience need a water? Water?
Oh, I've got some.
No, I've got some here. I just want to make sure everybody's taken care of. I don't want to reach into my bag and have you guys say, huh, you didn't bring any for us. Okay, thank you, Chuck. Of course Chuck has topos. Pardon me while I get a sip. Well, as you might be able to tell right now, we're in a bit of a drought as far as activity goes. There goes a Frontier aircraft, followed by a United plane.
$1997.
Well, there's a 20th century plane for you, that that United Airbus A320. First to take off, however, is going to be Frontier Flight 2937. This is emblazoned with Courtney the Cougar on the tail. Which you will see here in a moment. Marco Hinton, channel member, says, will you be around for the A380 arrival at 4:47 p.m.? That is the plan, Marco. As long as all our signals and batteries and everything holds up. Curtis says, my dad worked at American for 46 years, so I've seen all the different liveries, from the Air Cal to the Reno Air to hearing the Convair 580 Eagle, and boy, was that loud. Danny Coltrane says, is that color okay in the fixed shot? Yeah, that does look a little off, doesn't it? Color balance. I don't know. It's automatic color balance, but you know how that goes. So I'll have to work on that in a little bit if I have a moment. Thank you for pointing that out. It did look a little odd to me.
American 2177, RNAV to B Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left. Left, final plane, United 1380.
This American Airlines Airbus A321neo is going to San Francisco. It's flight 2177. And there's that 21st century United. It's flight 1380. And we're going to let that go because we've got another heavy coming in. This will be American flight 239 from Roma. Get that in my sights now. It's a little far away. It'll be a 7879, finishing up what has so far been a 10-hour and 32-minute journey from the Italian capital.
Take care, United 1380. Yeah, there's a guy American 1351, no visual, 829. Third land, 18 right. 1351.
We welcome Cayenne O'Donoghue as our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you. Benvenuto. I have no idea how this happened. Louis, how did you do this? Welcome all new members. Upside down. Some trickery going on there.
West side. Who's running? Across,
Morena welcomes the American Airlines flight from Italia. Where'd it go? Here it is. Lowlander says, good afternoon, everybody, or everyone. Stephen Pritchard said, what is the perimeter of DFW Airport? Well, it touches, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 cities in the area, including Dallas and Fort Worth and Irving and Grapevine, and I don't even know how many others. But it's said to be larger than the landmass of Manhattan Island, if that gives you any idea how big this place is. Only Denver Airport in the U.S. is bigger than this in terms of the landmass. Flight 1351 coming in from McAllen, Texas, in Airbus A319. And right behind it will be American Flight 2029 from Santa Ana, California.
On away 18 left, Frontier 2601. East side. Echo Alpha short, 18 left, 51.
There's a Frontier plane. It's Flight 2601. It's going to Santa Ana, California. It's an Airbus A320 Neo.
Clear for takeoff, RNAV Lair, Frontier 2601.
I'm trying to adjust the white balance on our secondary camera here. Says auto. I don't know if that's any better or not.
Echo Alpha short, 18 left, American 2029. Stop the departure, good day.
I don't know. I'll have to look at that when I get home. A few trains says, I read that the metropolitan area of Dallas is bigger than Wales. That I would have to look up. I do not know. It is a pretty big, I mean, I guess it depends on how you, I guess there's some official classification of the Dallas metropolitan area. But it's a pretty big place, Another international flight is incoming. It's American 49, 7879, coming from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. That is it there in the sky. Danny Coltrane says, I used to do white balance, holding a white card in front and pressing white ball, but that was nearly 40 years ago. Yeah, I think everything is so automated, and this is a relatively new camera that I've got here. It's actually the most sophisticated camera that we have is this one here, the one where the white balance seems to be off.
Only one left line of White Sky 3185.
But everything's so automated, I frankly don't know. There's a white balance which is in the menu, but even if I had a white card, I don't know how I would get it to read it. Do some more instruction reading, I guess. Bienvenue to our friends from Paris who just touching down now after 9.5 hours traversing the Atlantic and a good part of the mainland U.S.
Whiskey Lima, across my left, 0.85, American, 49 heavy. Dispatches 3185, good day.
And now it's quiet. I'm going to sit down for a second or two and interact with our audience here. Well, regarding the white balance, 757 Chip says, as we say in my industry, RTFM, read the flippin' manual. Thanks for cleaning that up for us, Chip. Ralph Woodard, a channel member, says, it does look better, Walt. It looks a little better. It still looks a little, well, you know, I'm looking at it in real life. It does kind of look like that. Diviny Vlog says, hello, with a couple of waves. There you see American Flight 2604. It's going to Kansas City. Kansas City, there it goes. 737-800.
Right after B Park, runway 18 left.
Stephen Pritchard's been looking up in his reference materials. Says Dallas-Fort Worth encompasses 9,200 square miles, larger than Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. So thank you for that statistical information. So here's the aircraft going to Kansas City.
Cross 18 right, cross 18 left, 9.65 over top of the bridge, runway 13.
Yeah.
American 2064, see ya.
See ya.
20 left, line up and wait, American 1039.
Carl, the longer beam, a channel member says it's hazy in DFW today. Yeah, it's a little hazy. I think our bigger problem is the ground haze that we get, the kind of the ripple effect, the oasis looking view that is apparent when we zoom in a lot. Steve Madison, a channel member, says, I received a gifted membership, but I didn't see who it was from. If you're here today, thank you. Thank you, Steve. And thank you to whoever gifted that membership. Brian Hetherington says, my dad and brother are together just to your right. George and Stephen, please tell them hello. I'm watching from Kansas City. Well, I can't, I'm kind of tied down here. I can't really go anywhere.
Pickup 18 left, RNAV B Park, American 1039.
I don't know if I can, I see some people over there, but my cameras are blocking. I've got another camera which gets in the way of the one I can move around easily. So if they come over here, tell them, if you can be in touch with them, tell them to come over here. Stephen Pritchard says, is that haze or pollution? Because your camera does show it looking darker. It is, well, the cloud cover has kind of increased over the, through the afternoon. I think we can show it to you here as we look to the south. So there you can see the kind of the cloud deck there. Which is good for us because, you know, we are under a canopy currently, which is good, and then that additional cloud cover makes it a little cooler for us and for our equipment.
My son's watching.
Oh, okay. So that's Brian Hetherington.
Brian Hetherington, yeah, that's my son.
Oh, okay. Well, do you mind if I put you on TV?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay. I talked to this gentleman earlier. There he is. There's about a 30-second delay, so they won't see you for another 30 seconds or hear what I'm saying. So.
Yeah. He's got the camera right on.
Yeah, you'll see him in a minute. So you can see yourselves, but it has to go up to the satellites and down again, and so.
Kansas City.
Yeah. Can get it all the way to Kansas City.
Yeah, we'll start watching on a regular basis.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we made a connection.
My son wanted to know he's going to be a constant subscriber now.
Oh, that's good too. So thank you. What's your name?
I'm George.
George.
Stephen.
Yep. Pleasure to meet you guys.
Give a shout out to Brian every now and then.
Okay. Brian, hello. All right, we're going to swing around from these guys and welcome in flight from Tallahassee, American Eagle 3921 and Embraer 175. Look at that. We're making friends across state borders here.
American 2385, look at visual line around.
Ronald Smith says, I've flown American from DFW to and from Kansas City many, many times. Wish I was on it now. Channel member Mary Extraordinaire says, hello, Walt. Hello to you, Mary. Always good to see you in the chat. She wants to know where I am today. I am at Founders Plaza here on the northwest side of the airport with our friends. There you can see them there on the right side is Chuck Tolsma and Angela Smith and A-list flyer Chris, one of our moderators. All of them channel members. $757 Chip says, is that the troublemaker A-list flyer Chris to your right, Walt? He's not a trouble. He's fine. He's fine. 757 Chip stopped by a couple of weeks ago for the our eclipse. Was it last week? Last weekend? Or was it 2 weeks ago? I've lost all track of time. But he stopped by our location, said hello while he was spotting the eclipse with us. He, in fact, had some eclipse glasses for Angela and for Michelle R.S., who was also present. Ralph Woodard says, what size lens is that you're using on that camera to the right, Walt? Is it a Canon L series lens? Well, I'll get you a better look. I think we can focus in on it there. And so I'll show it to you here. That is a Sony G series lens. It's a 200 to 600 millimeter lens. So it's a big old lens. Carl Schill 1 says, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you, Carl. We should take this opportunity. Well, we've got a plane coming in. We'll shoot this for you here. Arriving from El Paso. 737-800. American Flight 2385. If you're keeping score. All right, now it's time for a break. You are watching Runway DFW Jet Age Entertainment for the 21st century. My name is Walt, and we are at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas in the USA, broadcasting live from DFW Founders Plaza. Our goal today is to keep our batteries all fully charged up until we get to see the Airbus A380 come in just around 5 o'clock Central Time. Until then, we'll bring you the rest of what's going on, including Finnair coming in from Helsinki in probably the next half hour or so. So stay with us right here on Runway DFW. Thanks for watching. Well, missed a flight from Albuquerque coming in. What can I say? Check in on that Helsinki flight. It is now about 16 minutes away. 16, it says here. According to sources, Carl Schill 1 says American Airlines will be doing an all-year round to Dublin soon. I am glad to hear that. Super Cooper 2112 says, good evening from Yorkshire in the UK. Always happy to greet our British friends. Finland guy says, Finnair! Yes, we'll be seeing that soon, don't worry. And Louis DeHaan has gifted a Runway DFW membership. And that membership goes to Finland guy. So thank you, Louis, and thank you, Finland guy. How appropriate. Arriving now from Durango, Colorado. Or is it Durango, Mexico? Well, it's Durango. It's flight 4934. CRJ 701. ER most likely. And yes, that was Durango, Colorado. I think there is a Durango, Mexico.
That's fine.
There is the North Radar Tower and the gigantic American flag just to the north of it, blowing in the wind. As you can see, 89 degrees here at the big airport. 89 Fahrenheit. You off, Chuck? So good to see you again. I was going to say, do you need a haircut? I need a haircut. Well, thanks for stopping by. Yeah. It feels good to have your hair blowing in the breeze.
The wind blowing through your hair.
So that was Chuck Tolsma just saying, fare thee well. He's blasting off. It's always good to see Chuck.
RNAV clear for takeoff, 18 left, Envoy 4012.
The aircraft you just saw arrive was American Flight 1174 from Guadalajara in Mexico. We've got Alaska Flight 414 on the docket. It'll be a 737-800 from Seattle, which will be our next contestant on Runway DFW.
All right, cross 18 left, that was Lima, ground 8 final minutes, American 1134.
Birds. This is a migratory season, and there are probably more birds in the vicinity than
Over departure, y'all have a good Envoy 4012.
than other times of year, except for perhaps the spring. So it's always a concern for aviators. And in fact, it was on one of our previous weekend shows where a I think, was it in Alaska? I think it was an Alaska pilot, reported a bird strike on the way out, headed north.
Echo Alpha, hold short, runway 18 left, Alaska, 440.
There goes a Dreamliner into the hangar there, just to the south of us. We're kind of in between times of peak activity here at the airport, at least over on the west side.
American 1961, line up and wait, 18 left.
Leighton Calhoun says, hello everyone, happy Sunday. While Jack Will says, bye now, Walt.
RNAV Larry, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 19.
There's Gerard saying a smile is an inexpensive way to change your looks. He is full of those wise sayings.
18 left, line up and wait on board 3793.
It's not only inexpensive, Gerard, it's free. So this is American flight 1961 off to San Antonio, was it? And the flight you saw coming in there on the right was arriving, the American Eagle flight was coming in from Chihuahua in Mexico.
RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
So yeah, that was going to San Antonio. What happened to it? That's American Eagle 3793 going to Bentonville, Arkansas.
Yeah, I'm going to runway 1961.
And here comes American Flight 1440 from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, a 737-800. As I just took a big gulp of water. I think I posted that before, didn't I, Leighton? Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday, if I didn't. There you go. A-list flyer Chris says honk for runway DFW. I did hear some honking. Must have been for us. Here's a long-range view of American Flight 1068 coming in from Cancun, Mexico. Over there on the east side of the airport. There are some ground operations personnel. The examining lights or something? I can't tell.
Good afternoon. Heavy 185.
Got American Flight 569 arriving from Phoenix now. That's an Airbus A321neo. And it will need to scurry off the runway because right behind it is coming an Airbus A321 from San Diego. I think there'll be plenty of time. Gerard says sometimes your joy is the source of your smile, but sometimes your smile can be the source of your joy. Okay. I'm getting that. Gerard, the poet laureate of Runway DFW. And you know what's right behind this plane? Is that plane we kept talking about from Helsinki. Let me get that all dialed up on our shot here. There it is, a little far away, flight 19. Finnair Flight 19 and Airbus A350-900. We were here, right here in this exact position for the first ever flight from Helsinki, at least as far as we know. At least in recent years. It's a pretty big deal. I think it was the same day Air France returned to DFW after a hiatus. like that livery. Although I do have to say the typography seems like it could get dated. You know what I mean? There's some fonts that are kind of timeless, and this, to me, doesn't look it's unique, but I don't know if it's timeless. Guess time will tell. New member Finland guy with the Finnish flag to welcome the flight from Helsinki. And for some reason, the atmosphere seems to have cleared up a little bit. It was a lot hazier, a lot more distorted as we were looking to the south here earlier in the broadcast. So good for us.
Takeoff, 18 left, American 2659.
Super 80 Swiss Air says, I like the Finnair typeface. Well, here's the thing. I like it too. I just am concerned that it might not have the longevity of something less stylized, I guess I would say. Now, I can think of exceptions to that. You know, the Pan Am logo, for instance, which is very highly stylized, which has a little looks like flags coming off of it. It looks very much, the Pan Am typeface kind of looks like our Jet Age font there, or similar to that. Somehow Pan Am makes it work. Well, we've got 4 cameras, but unfortunately I kind of spun that one around for you. Some kind of a big cat on the tail there. Frontier now, I believe, officially the number 2 airline here at Dallas-Fort Worth, behind American and American Eagle combined. That was Sombra, the Jaguar, on the tail. On flight 2704, arriving from Phoenix, Arizona. An hour and 42-minute flight. on that Airbus A321. My goodness, I need another drink of water.
Crossing 1A left with you in the box with you left here. Sir, we can't, somebody just got up. We're going to have to hold here for a minute. For 506. Hold short 1 right, sorry about that. We'll advise 1 week maybe.
Yeah, they just couldn't hold it.
But I got to when I receive on
38.318. Departure envoy 4146.
I thought I had adjusted the white balance on that. It doesn't look any better to me. Does that look any better?
Thank you. 506, we can move now.
I don't know. We'll go with that for the time being. Still looks a little greenish. Going slightly mad, our friend from the LA area says, with a $5 super chat, thank you, going slightly mad. My son is flying into DFW tomorrow afternoon. American Flight 616 from Ontario. You know, I wish I could be here for that. I am planning our Sunday morning broadcast, but then I've got kind of a full day lined up after that. So GSM, I'm afraid I won't be able to be here for that arrival. I apologize for that. That is American Eagle Flight 3750. It is going to Springfield. Yeah, that's definitely not the right white balance there.
Hard to have to be part 1 left, clear for takeoff, avoid 3750. 5.8, 1 left, American 2406.
How about welcoming a flight from Mexico City, American Flight 390. We have another big jet coming in. This is an Airbus 350-1000 Qatar Flight 729 coming in from Doha. It left there 14 hours and 34 minutes ago. And to top that off, it's got the One World livery. So it's the second of 2 daily Qatar flights from Doha.
RNAV B Park, clear for takeoff, 1-8 left, American 349. Everyway, 1-8 left. left, American 1735.
I'm wondering if I've ever seen the One World Qatar livery before. I must have, but there it is.
American 2406, good afternoon.
That is a long aircraft. I wonder how long that is in relation to the A380. I'm sure one of you can look that up really quickly. Seems like they must be kind of close in length.
American 349, U2. Cross 18 left, full short of Golf, ground 18 left, American 39. Okay, crossing runway 18 left on.
Nice, says Stephen Pritchard.
1285 up to the 972.
We thank Andrea Molson for a 199-pound super sticker with a Shiba dog with a big smile on his face, tilting his head. Need to find some way to get those super stickers so that I can display them for you. So, okay, who can tell us how long an A350 1000 is compared to an A380? Do we have a go-around? Can't tell. I pulled away to bring you the arrival of this aircraft because it sounded like it was accelerating as though it was going to go around. That was not the case, as you saw. That was American Flight 2579 from Denver. Okay, do we have any answers to our question here? Peter Boussier says, thanks for this, Walt. Okay, Stephen Pritchard says the A350 1000 is 74 meters in length. Was that the... Did I see the American Eagle? Yeah, that was the American Eagle retro livery going out so soon. We just caught the tail end of it there.
Departure 34612. That's an American 1584 visual itinerary. 1584 DFW town, wind 1008, runway 18 right, settle in. Oh yeah, 1 right, American 1584.
This is American Flight 1890 arriving from Las Vegas. Hello again.
You're asking about the length between the.
Oh, yes.
The 1000 we just saw is about 2 feet longer than the A380.
Oh, really?
242 versus 239.5.
Okay.
2.5 feet.
2.5 feet. So they are. So we. Pardon?
I say we're similar, but that one's a little longer.
A little longer. Okay. So now we know. That was our friend from Kansas City, or who has a family member in Kansas City, saying that the A350 1000 is actually just a smidge longer than the A380. So I think that would make it the longest plane that we see. And well, I don't know how long is that compared to a 747? I guess 747s come in multiple configurations, so. But yeah, that's a long airplane. Chuck Tolsma said he was going, but he's still here with us. Happy to see. Some runway DFW camaraderie. There's American Flight 2747 headed out to San Diego, California. An Airbus A321.
Echo Alpha, hold short 1 left, goes 4989.
And as this goes out to San Diego, we've got a flight coming in from Las Vegas, flight 1584, another Airbus A321. That Qatar One World flight still looking for a place to park.
East side, American 1584. 1584 next to Echo Alpha, hold short of runway left. Alright, Echo Alpha and hold short 1 left, American 1584. American 2747, good day. It was 4931, got a 49 overtake, so company traffic 2.2 ahead.
Jimmy Henry says, Runway DFW, Walt, is there such a thing as an iris on those cameras, or is it all automatic these days? Well, for my purposes, they're pretty much all auto iris. I mean, I don't use them in another configuration, typically. At night, and I also use autofocus for the most part. At night, I'll turn off the autofocus on our main camera because the autofocus just doesn't work as well at night in our use case. That just does not look right. You know, I've tried turning the camera off to see if that would make a difference. You know, because sometimes you turn something off and it resets it and it comes back on and it looks okay. Well, we have a go around here. There's our first go around of the day. I can't tell if there was another plane on the runway which may not have pulled off in time. Our newest subscriber, U.S. Army retired. Thank you for your service, sir. Or madam, as the case may be. The flight that was coming in that turned around was American Eagle Flight 4931, the CRJ 701ER, which was arriving from Durango.
Last line up and waiting on board 36-0.
Lance Cole says, is the white balance out on that camera, Walt? I'm going to say that it is. And I've been trying to fix it. Well, let's see if that is. See if that's any better. Well, that's a little better. We have a lot of vehicles on parade out there, a lot of ground operations vehicles. That almost never bodes well for us in terms of operations, but here we have, well, you can see it there. A-list flyer Chris, sitting over next to me, stood up and pointed in the direction of the northern sky, indicating to me that there was something of interest imminently coming in, and that was it. It was Singapore Airlines cargo flight 7980 arriving from Anchorage. This is a 747-400 series. And that plane dates back to the year 2004. So our second Queen of the Skies of the afternoon. First one having been Cargo Lux. And like the Cargo Lux plane, it's going over to the West Cargo Facility to the south of us. So it's going to make a turn, come kind of towards us, and then make a left turn into the cargo area. Stephen Pritchard says that 747-400 is 71 meters in length. Stephen saying the 747-800 is 76 meters in length. And the 777 is just, it's 777-800. The 777-300ER is about 74 meters in length. Aquasock says, greetings, Walt. I didn't mean that. What I meant to hit was our air horn. Sometimes I lose track of all these buttons. Oh, and Super 80 Swiss Air says the Airbus A340-600 is 75 meters in length. TS says, hi, Walt from South Texas. And there's our last look at the big Singapore Airlines cargo plane. Are you really going now, Chuck? Are you really going now? Or are you just teasing us? Okay, that's good. Yeah. Good. It's time for topos. Thank you, I'm good. Chuck brings his Topo Chicos, all iced down. Can you tell, is that better or not? I've taken it off white balance and put it on daytime balance. Steven says that's better. Wes Westbrook says, Walt, can I have a sound effect? I don't know. Crickets? Well, what are we going to look at? We've got a... the plane you're seeing there, I believe, is American 1345 going to Los Angeles, an Airbus A321. Coming out of the northern sky is American Flight 1341 from Eagle, Colorado. That'll be an Airbus A319. Here comes the flight from Colorado. Either smelling jet fuel or a barbecue grill. I'm not sure which. There's the tail section of that plane that's headed to Los Angeles. So we'll bring you the front portion of the plane on camera 1. teased us there for a second. We welcome Rod B as our newest subscriber. Thanks, Rod. There goes American Eagle Flight 3680 to Lubbock, Texas.
Okay, sounds good. 36.
And this will be American Eagle Flight 3805. Touching down from Zacatecas in Mexico. And Embraer 175.
Aircraft 18 left, Gulf base, ground on the other side. This is 41.
There's American Eagle 3864, another E-Jet. That one's going to Oklahoma City. And then we've got this Delta A320 going to Minneapolis. That's a 2-year-old plane. Will we get the Wookiee sound? We'll crank it up.
Cowboy 33, visual of 1 right.
173, DFW channel 12007, runway 1 right, settle.
Land 1 right, 1.2380.
Here's a salute to Brian Henry, celebrating 5 months of membership. Hello, Mr. Walt. 5 months feels like 5 days ago. Well, I really appreciate your confidence in us. We're trying to bring you more broadcasts as much as I can. This week, this will be our 4th broadcast of the week, unless you count. I think we had split broadcasts on Tuesday and Wednesday night because of technical difficulties and sprinklers. But we were here on Sunday morning. We were here on Tuesday and Wednesday night. And here we are again on Saturday afternoon. So we're trying to make your memberships worthwhile. I see Michelle RS in there. Laxbro 7718 says good morning from Melbourne, Australia. It's Sunday. So yes, I see Michelle RS there in the lineup. There we have the rare view here at DFW of 2 Delta planes in the same shot. Don't see that too often. Okay, so now let us see if we get that Wookiee noise.
1 left, line up and wait up for 3365.
Oh yeah. This flight 1654 going to Minneapolis, St. Paul. That other Delta plane was an A319. It's going to Salt Lake City.
Left minus 1, Delta 12.
Or departure 3064, see you.
Tower, American 1075, visual approach, 18 right.
Well, it looks like that American Eagle flight to Austin will get in the way of that Delta plane taking off right behind its brother or sister. This Airbus A319 is 21 years old.
KRM to be Park 2011 for takeoff from Phillips.
American 967, visual 18 right. Berlin 18 right for the Bravo right. Over departure on 3.
A little wobble after the liftoff there. We're about an hour and a half away from the A380 coming for a visit. Speaking of that, John Meal says the British Airways A380 for DFW just passed over my house here in eastern Iowa. Well, if I put a picture on that third camera there, we'd have the perfect tri-camera shot here. Let's see if we can make that happen. So there we go. We've got the UPS tails in one shot. We've got the Runway DFW satellite truck in the other. We've got the East Tower there in the background on the top.
Thank you.
A few trains at, with some kind words saying, if we had one broadcast a week, Walt, it would still be a good value. You do yourself a disservice. Well, I do that all the time. But thank you very much. I mean, I love doing this, and I'd be out here every day if I could, but other things get in the way. So I'll try to bring you as much as I can. You know, last month I had some health issues, so we were out of commission for about 2 weeks, which was not fun. So yeah, as much as I can get out here and still do all the other things I gotta do, I'm more than happy to hang out with you guys here at the airport. So I'm just taking a little breather here, but we got to get back into the swing of things. So we will do this with this flight coming in from San Antonio, Texas. If I punch up the right camera, we'll actually see it. So it's like 1967. American Airlines and Airbus A319. A baby bus or a mini bus, depending on how you like to style it.
Record 1664.
Our next arrival will be American 868 from Oklahoma City and Airbus A320. And that will be followed by another international flight. Viva Aerobus flight 684 from Monterey. I think it was Viva Aerobus that I saw in the news this past week. They're going to inaugurate a flight from Leon, Mexico. I don't think it'll be daily. It'll be a couple times a week, 3 times a week. Leon.
Thank you. Short of 18 left, Golf 8, American 1967.
So a new route for DFW, new international route. And there you see some of the onlookers here. We're going to reset our camera. Get you that Viva Aerobus coming in. It's an Airbus A320. The very colorful livery of red, green, and white, the colors of Mexico.
Cross 18 left at Whiskey Lima Alpha route, American 1960. Bearing 29.75 mile final for the visual on your right. Clear to land 18 right, hold short of Bravo, right, 29.27. Go to partial C, Max 2165.
Ellie French says, Walt, dearest Walt, great to hear and see you again today. How are ya doing? I'm doing good, thank you, Ellie French. Heidi Mart says, hey Walt, our friend is now heading to St. Louis, American 2140 on 18 left. Okay. We don't see it quite yet. I see it on the radar. The plane is on approach. So we're getting a play-by-play from Heidi. We saw her friend in the cockpit of a plane coming in earlier. And this is that plane that her friend is on now. Flying the plane. And again, this one's going to St. Louis. So that friend will have something to look at when they get to their final destination today. Watch their handiwork. Perhaps if your friend has a layover here, they can come over and say hello to us when we're here sometime and talk to them about flying airplanes.
1A left, line up and wait, American 2410. Cross 1A left to Golf 8, we're on the east side, 2927.
Well, that's as close as we can get to the cockpit from where we are. Once again, this flight is going to St. Louis. This is a turn-of-the-century A319 dating back to September of the year 2000. Coming up on 3:30 here in the central time zone of the U.S. We're about 90 minutes away from the scheduled arrival of the big Speedbird Airbus A380 King of the Skies from London. So we're following along on this flight because Heidi's friend is in the cockpit. I do believe I saw a large aircraft as we were panning by there. So there you go, Heidi, the departure of your friend, a public service of Runway DFW. Adam March wants to know, someone weed whacking? I did hear what sounded like that, but I don't, it seems unusual that they would do that on Saturday here, and I don't see any evidence of that. But I did hear it. I did hear what you were talking about.
And left that. We're going to East American 1820. Echo Alpha, short 18 left, American 1820.
American Flight 665 from Montrose, Colorado is next. There it is. 737-800. LAX is back to the busiest route between Dallas and someplace else. Over the next 7 days at least. 142 flights between these two cities. And you see going over the bridge there. It's a big 777. And let me see if I can get you a better shot of it. I don't know if I can. So I think it's almost out of range. Well, there it is. That is American Airlines Flight 50 going to London Heathrow. 777-300ER. It is one of, I don't know, 4 or 5 American flights that travel between here and London every day. And that, of course, is in addition to the big A380 on British Airways. American Eagle Flight 3744 from Durango. Just touching down there. On Embraer 175LR. It's a pretty quick turnaround on this Aero Mexico Connect Embraer 190. It's headed back to Mexico City after a brief respite here at DFW to exchange passengers. 12-year-old airplane. We're talking about doing more shows per week when we can. I try to do them at different times of day. We do morning shows. This is an afternoon show. We do nighttime shows because I realize that we've got a lot of viewers. I mean, I would say probably most of them are in the U.S., but we've got a lot of overseas viewers. And it's kind of inconvenient for them at certain times when we are broadcasting. I think most people like to watch this live. You can always go back and watch the recording of it. It's not quite the same because you can't, especially if you like to participate in the chat. Can't do that on a replay. At least not yet. Maybe YouTube will figure that out. So anyway, I had tried to make it so that wherever you are in the world, we'll try to have some broadcasts which will be convenient for you to watch in real time.
Clear for takeoff for Strata 2689.
Did I see that Qatar One World livery still moving about there? Is it just now finding its gate? Oh no, I think what it's doing now is probably left the gate and is parking for a later, well, I can't tell.
Oh, we'll need a minute for American 1885. That's what we're calling it for. All right, hold short. 18 left American 1885.
We are going to swing around now. Do the do-si-do. And get American flight, we got a couple of heavies coming in here. First of which is American Flight 79 from London Heathrow, 777, and right behind it, Qantas Flight 7 coming at us all the way from Sydney, way down under. So stand by for big jets on runway DFW. Not affiliated with Big Jet TV. Jerry of Big Jet TV was in Chicago this week, wasn't he? I didn't get to see any of his broadcasts. I was kind of locked in on Kevin at JFK on airline videos. Okay, so that's touchdown from the UK. Here we go with the Spirit of Australia. Next up. To 7879. This is the second longest route that we get from DFW. The first longest is the Qantas flight to Melbourne. In the air for 14 hours and 25 minutes so far. That's a long flight.
All right, sorry about that. We're ready to go for 18 left American 1885. Not a brilliant. 18 left American 1885. Pick up 18 left American 1885.
We've got a triple play coming at you because the next arrival is going to be American Flight 60. Be another Dreamliner, Dreamliner-8. And this one's coming in from Narita Airport in Tokyo. So how's about that? There's a Star Alliance livery. We'll check on that before we catch the flight coming in from Narita. The Avianca Star Alliance, and you can hardly tell it's an Avianca plane. It's pretty much all Star Alliance all the time. You just have to kind of zero in on the logo there. I saw this week that Avianca is changing its logo slightly so that it's all lowercase. There's a little different font, and the A will be lowercase. So there you go. I really never noticed before, but their little design to the right of the Avianca looks an awful lot like the American Airlines logo. So there you go, a Star Alliance logo. We had a One World livery on the Qatar A350 1000.
RNAV Laird, 1811, clear for takeoff, American 1681. We're going to hold here just for a second, fairway 628. Yep, fairway 628, holding short now.
Here comes the big jet from Japan now.
Tower Envoy, 3808, visual, whatever.
Departure figure, attack 441.
Spirit Wing 628 is ready now.
It's pretty rare that we get to see four heavy jets in a row. But there you go.
Cross 1 Air, last over,
James Smith, a channel member, says, Walt, how are you wearing your sweater in 90-degree weather? Well, I'm wearing, it's not a sweater, this is a, I guess they call it a fishing shirt. It's pretty lightweight, but I need it to cover up my skin. I can't really get too unprotected in the sun. So I just use it to stay covered up. But thank you for asking. This is Spirit Flight 628 to Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A321. There you saw the Lufthansa plane, which looks like it's getting ready to make its way back to Frankfurt.
Clear cross 1 left, Whiskey Mike, 0.85 to the side of emergency.
That Qantas Dreamliner still making its way over to Terminal D. I'm guessing that they may have some gate issues at this time as far as having enough gates for all the flights coming in. Or maybe another plane is late to pull out. There's Terminal D there. And here comes that Lufthansa Dreamliner 7879 we saw coming in earlier. And it's headed back to Deutschland.
then we have ice again. Sometimes we get
Tropicada is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Tropicada. Yes, honk if you love Runway DFW. A few trains at. A loyal channel member says the A380 now an hour out just southeast of Kansas City.
Excuse me, sir. Can I get a picture of you? So excited.
American 1372, time official 1 right?
American 1372, DFW Airport, 1 right, clear lane, 11505.
1 is right, third line, American 1372.
1471, east to west.
Yes.
No, this is not like real television.
1 left, whiskey, for American 1471, thanks.
So if you come over and I'm doing something, just hang out for a second. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully those
Sure. Yeah. Stand over here. So I was talking with a gentleman who's here from Wichita Falls, Texas, about an hour up the road. This is Frontier Flight 2734 from Ontario, California, an Airbus A320. And anyway, he's saying his son, his name is Ty, is a big fan of our channel, but he's too shy to come over here. So I said, bring him over. There is your Lufthansa 7879. Getting ready to head on back.
Lufthansa 439 heavy, 186 take off on off speed time. Exit Alpha, short of 185, replace 27 seconds.
I still think that camera is not delivering the correct colors today. Maybe the cable is bad.
1A right, clear to land, next 2081.
Maybe I ought to replace that cable. Well, there's Air France. And you just heard American Flight 1372 arriving from Los Angeles. You may see it in the shot here momentarily. Or not.
Parking actually the other side, east side, at Golf 8, cross 18.
What a long-range look at Air Canada flight 7225. This is a 767. It's an Air Canada cargo plane, as you can see. Coming in from Toronto. Well, kind of lost it in the autofocus there. There it goes. So again, Air Canada cargo landing all the way over on the east side. You may catch a glimpse of it as it comes over here because I believe it unloads on the west side. Yeah, look at the difference between the colors of these. Could it be a cable? Let me do some cable jiggling here. The cable jiggling has not made any difference. Yeah. Maybe it's just a bad cable. Well, we've got a moment or two here. Let me go change that cable out. Shall I? I shall. Stand by. We'll put on our disco break, and we'll be right back with you on Runway DFW.
Disco! All your favorites.
2388.
Disco time!
Okay, I figured it out. There you can see this is the camera that had been having a color problem, and this is our main camera, and it's back to normal. I figured it out. What was happening? I did replace the cable, but what was happening was I had adjusted that camera or at least, you know, I adjusted that camera input to look at the sun a couple of weeks ago. And in order to look at the sun, I had a kind of a crazy filter on it, so I changed the filtering of that camera so that it wouldn't look so orange, and that's what did it, so I screwed it up.
More fun!
Well, we always have more fun here. But I think we've got things straightened out now. Yeah, that looks very nice. Mary Extraordinaire says, hey, you have fans, Walt. Well, there's Emre Urtis with a $5 super chat. Last time I flew a passenger 767 out of DFW was to JFK. Missed them. Yeah, I like the 767. I especially like the 757s. Of course, they are. We don't see either of those in a passenger configuration here at DFW, except for the occasional charters, sports charters usually, and sometimes a diversion.
Barge American 1804.
We have an aircraft coming in from Brownsville. This is American Eagle 3714. One of those E-jets. Alan Burnett, a channel member, says, hello from Glasgow, Scotland. Happy to have you with us, Alan. David Rutherford, a channel member also, saying good afternoon, Walt. Stephen Pritchard agreeing that that's a much clearer picture. Yeah, I'll show you what happened. I think, can I? Oh no, I reset it. Okay, I can't show you, which is probably just as well. I can't reproduce what I crazily did. Raina Taylor says, I flew on a Delta 767 from Madrid in Spain to JFK back in 2019. Raina, you have been all over the planet. I envy you. And I went to Los Angeles last month. This is American Flight 399. It's an Airbus A321neo. It's going to Anchorage, Alaska, as it goes out of the picture there. But we're going to flip around here to see another international heavy arrival. This is Flight 37, American Airlines, coming in from Madrid in España. Bienvenidos a todos a bordo. That's a 7879, the biggest plane that American Airlines currently operates. Ending a flight of just shy of 10 hours. 9 hours and 58 minutes, it says here, courtesy of Flight Radar 24. Where'd that Air France flight go? Did it go over to the east side? I think it did. Let's see if we can catch it here. I think it's just about to lift off into the sky. It it hasn't already. There it is. So we were able to say hello to Air France on this side. We'll say goodbye to it departing over on the east side. So we've been pretty lucky as far as the arrivals go today. A lot of times the flights coming in from European origination points land over on the east side, but today they've all landed here in front of us, along with the Qatar flight from Doha, which also can occasionally be dispatched over to the east side. So thanks to all of the air traffic controllers.
Fort Tower, American 280 heavy, turning final.
We're going to see if we can get a look at this Air Canada cargo plane. This is due a salute.
1991.
A 20th century aircraft. And as is our custom, we have our singers on standby in the Runway DFW satellite truck. They're in there somewhere. They've got their microphone and their little studio there inside to serenade these planes from yesteryear. This plane ran a few hours late today. It was scheduled to get here at 1:10. It touched down at 3:52. And 10 minutes later, it's still making its way over to the cargo area. So it waits for clearance to cross the runway. It's almost time for me to break out another water. But before that, we're going to bring you the arrival of American Flight 280, another wide-body jet. This is coming in from Seoul. So once again, we will swing around our big camera. Zero in on this 7879.
Cross 18 left at Gulf 8, contact ground 25 on Boy 4191.
This one left South Korea 12 hours and 17 minutes ago. I believe that's another of the top 10 longest routes from DFW, between here and Seoul. It's a little faster flight coming back than it is going out because of the jet stream. Raina is serenading us with the countries that she's been to, including Jamaica, Mexico, Greece, Germany, UAE for the Special Olympics World Games, Portugal, and then Spain, hopefully Australia in 2027 for the next World Games for Special Olympics. Raina, we are proud of you as a representative of our country around the world.
Is that for Alaska 3083? Runway 18 Alaska 303.
Ms. Wolves 13 says, I love that little truck. But our moderator and channel member Beve says, oh, but it's a big truck, a big satellite truck. Doc Brownlow, channel member, says, can we order that truck, Walt? Well, if you'll look at the description of this show, there is a link to the truck, but I don't have it available as a as something, but it doesn't have our design on it, unfortunately. I actually have to redo our little truck because it's getting kind of beat up. And you might ask, Walt, where's that Alaska plane going to? And I would say to you that after careful consideration, it's going to Portland, Oregon on a 737-800. So yes, our satellite truck, not for sale. You can see it's getting a little worn around the corners. I think it needs to go into the paint shop is what it really needs. So just don't look too carefully at us. Maybe you'll want to squint while you're looking at that.
And then the 777's got 3 wheels on it.
There's a Frontier Jet Flight 509 going to Denver on an Airbus A320. It has Peachy the Fox on it. Peachy the Fox. Meanwhile, Flight 2302 from Qatar in Mexico is just about to touch down at 737.
They get all my disposable. I fly Southwest probably 80 times.
Just after 4, well, it's not just after 4 o'clock. It's kind of a lot after 4 o'clock now. But what are you going to do? Well, you are watching Runway DFW. Jet Age Entertainment for the 21st century. My name is Walt. We are here live at DFW International Airport in Texas. And what happened to our camera? Well, we'll have to figure that out. Oh, we still got that one. What was I saying? Oh, we are here about an hour from now. Well, a little less than an hour from now, actually. About 45 minutes from now. In this hour, we will be seeing the king of the skies, the Airbus A380, coming in from London. And I think I know why we lost our camera there, because can you hear me? Okay, hold on a second.
Hi, cross 18 left, contact now, 2255.
Guard departure, Frontier Flight 509, see ya.
Okay, I think we're back. We had, while I was not looking, one of our primary battery, which runs our computer, kind of petered out there. And so I had to plug in a backup battery, which I did. And, but that meant that we lost our audio and some of our cameras momentarily. So I think we're all back. I hope you will confirm that that is the case. And so, yes, that's what happened. We had, this is a longer broadcast than we usually do. We've been on the air for 3.5 hours now. That's usually about when we end. But because of the, because it's so bright outside, we have to have our screen on a little brighter, and that uses up a lot more power than we are broadcasting in the mornings or at night, if that makes sense. Here's United Flight 1240. It's arriving from San Francisco. It's an Airbus A319. So this feeds to and from their big hub in San Francisco. That was a little low.
1999.
That's better. A 20th century aircraft gracing our runways.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know the 380 was coming. I'm just going to watch it.
You're about to see an American Airlines 787-8, which is headed back to the hangar. No, I think it's got to wait for clearance until the next plane comes in. So we will show that to you. Now that all of our cameras are functioning again. This is flight 1938 coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's a 737-800, and there's that Dreamliner getting ready to cross the runway. So I think that one will now get clearance to cross. Hey, we have that Cargo Lux that came in earlier. Well, it is lighting up the radar now. It's going to Chicago O'Hare. So we'll get to see a 747 once again. Ahead of the King of the Skies, we'll see a Queen of the Skies. Our very good friend, sponsor of this channel, Quad Jet member and frequent contributor James Webb says, "Happy Saturday, Walt and all," along with a $200 super chat. James Webb, don't know what to say. Thank you again for your very generous contribution to Runway DFW. James and I had one encounter. He came here late one night after a broadcast because he was in town. He doesn't live around here. He lives on the West Coast. And it was just so nice, and, you know, it was nice to chat with him. And it was after that that he decided to sponsor our channel. So, James, thank you so much. Gerard, channel member and moderator. Wow, thank you very much for your awesome support to this channel again. James Webb, channel member and moderator. Ms. Wolf 13, good afternoon, and a very big thank you for your super donation. Very much appreciated to James Webb. And A-list flyer Chris, sitting just about 2 feet away from me on the right, says, "Howdy, James Webb. Thank you so much for all of your support." Channel member and moderator Beve, James Webb. Wow, thank you. Awesome support. Hope you're having a super day. I concur. Thank you again. So let's get put in our crawl where we thank not only James Webb, but all of our members here at Runway DFW. Sip of water time. That was more like a quarter of a bottle sip. It's thirst-inducing out here today. Our thermometer in the shade says 97. Not sure what the official...
DFW Tower, American 1442, visual 18 right.
The DFW Airport official temperature is 90 degrees with just a 4-mile-an-hour wind from the south. And there's that acknowledgement to James Webb. Thank you, James Webb, once again.
On that beam car, 28 left, clear for takeoff, American 1407.
And there's the Cargo Lux 747 we've been waiting for. On its way to Chicago. 747-8, 800 series. It is 10 years old. It's coming our way. It's on the schedule to leave at 4 o'clock, so it's running a little bit late, but you know, it's cargo, so cargo don't complain, right? Where's my air horn? I haven't had to use my air horn that much. I forgot what button it is. So we're still keeping our eye out for the King of the Skies. The only one we see here at DFW, and the only current plane, the only current 4-engined passenger plane we see here is the A380. Oh yeah, it's... Thank you.
Switch departure, 14 SS.
Chuck Tolsma was motioning to me to let me know that the 747 was on its way, because he saw me sitting down. He thought I wasn't hep to this big aircraft approaching us, but everything was under control. Channel member Bill Caldham says, good afternoon, Walt, and good afternoon to you.
Copy that.
So it's gotten progressively more overcast as the day has worn on here. And that is how the airport characterizes it on their forecast, as overcast. Which again is almost perfect for plane spotting on a warm day.
Yankee, and then via Echo, Whiskey Foxtrot 1.1 left, cargo to Italia, 6 November.
Cross 18 left, 18 right, taxi ramp, Qatar A380 heavy.
18 left, line up and wait, American 2716.
18 left, Whiskey Lima, Alpha 15. Foxtrot Alpha and ground 65 on the bridge, American 1442.
Well, this plane is powered by gas, so no jet fuel for this one. It's got a name on it, the city of, I can't read it.
Arnett, Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American.
Perhaps if you've got a big screen TV, you can.
18 left, line up and wait, Delta.
Apparently it's a city in Luxembourg.
Cross 18 left, Alright, Charlie for the ramp, local 881.
And we will get to see this big bird take off.
Hard left to land, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 1645.
There's a Delta plane which will get first dibs, flight 1645. You kind of see it behind there.
American 2168, 7 miles out, visual 1.
Delta plane's going to Los Angeles on an Airbus A320.
Land 18 right, Partner V Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, cargo Italia 6 November. Delta 1645, connect board.
Delta 1645, take care.
Well, we know it has GE engines anyway.
Connect departure, cargo Italia 6 November, bye-bye.
Press 20 left, Golf 8, ground 25, on 30, 920.
Always a beautiful sight to see the departure or arrival of a Boeing 747. Arriving now from Monterrey in Mexico, American Flight 2168, an Airbus A319 on runway DFW. Just a few minutes away now from the King of the Skies. Coming on in from the UK. I didn't mean to do that. I must have hit the wrong button. Sorry. Nobody was in the way of that shot. Sorry if I hurt your ears.
Press 18 left, with you, parking into W. Got 25.
Well, sir, our next arrival is Delta Flight 1405 It'll be an Airbus A320 making its way from Minneapolis, St. Paul. You gonna stick around for the A380? I was talking to Chuck Dolzma.
American 1215 approaching heading for 185.
Here's the Delta Flight 1405 from Minneapolis.
Third man 18 right, 12.
And it went away.
1998.
Yet another 20th century plane to check off on your bingo card.
Okay, we're going to go across 18 right, 18 left. Foxtrot, get hold of 85 on the other side, American 808.
There goes another Dreamliner out of the hangar this time, over to the terminal area. For its next assignment, it says it's American Flight 13, 787-8. If you are just joining our broadcast, thank you so much. You're watching Runway DFW, live from DFW International Airport. Walt is my name. Airplanes are my game. At least while I'm doing this show. So, next to arrive is American Flight 1215 from Puerto Vallarta. 737-800. That will be followed by a Volaris A321 coming in from Guadalajara, Mexico. So 2 incoming Mexican planes, or Mexican originations in a row. Here is the first of those, the Puerto Vallarta
Runway 18 right, sorry. Alright, Blair, 18 left, clear for takeoff on runway 3617. Tower current turn top 19 on the visual 18 right. Corner left on appointment 2737.
757 chip suggests that I need a Bob to blame for mistakes or issues. Now, if you're familiar with our friend Kevin at Airline Videos Live, he's got a Bob, so I can't take that name. And A-list flyer Chris suggests that we name it Chip. Kevin Kelly, a channel member, with a shout out to James Webb. Thank you for all you do for the channel. Here.
Departure, good day, envoy 3617.
We are now awaiting the arrival of the Volaris flight from Guadalajara. And we are now training our Camera 1, or Camera A as it's known in our software, on this particular flight. And no, I'm not doing anything digitally to that tail. It's that's how it looks. A little bouncy landing there, just a little bit. Seen worse.
Cross 20 left. Ground
2737 today, sir.
We've got people hanging out here. I think a lot of people come out to see the big A380 late in the afternoon, which is now getting ever closer. Mac Aviation is our newest member. Hello, Mac Aviation. We've had some communication. Mac Aviation is headed to the U.S. soon and has a stop planned in DFW Aviation. You've probably heard of his channel. So thank you, Mac Aviation. This is Spirit Flight 2519. It is coming in from San Jose, California on Airbus A320neo. Mac Aviation based in Manchester, England, if I remember correctly.
Tower on board 3378, visual 1 right. 1 right, clear to land on board 3378.
So there, way in the background is that Volaris plane headed to Terminal D.
Echo 3, sorry, 9.
757 Chip calling that Spirit plane a flying lemon, or lemonized as Animois says, or bananas as Ms. Wolves 13 calls it. Well, sorry for that swing around. We've got flight coming in, flight 54 American Airlines from Phoenix. This is another one of those flight number things that kind of confuses me. Growing up, I would pore over airline schedules, you know, the kind that were printed, the timetable ones, you know, that had pages and pages of just destinations and flight numbers and times and aircraft and meals and equipment. And it seemed back in the day that the low flight numbers, the ones under 100, were always reserved for the international flights. And I know that American has some low-numbered flights to England or to London, but it seems like a weird flight number to have from here to Phoenix. I don't know. I'm sure there's some logic to it. The next plane, which is on the arrival plan, is American Flight 3378 from Austin, or American Eagle Flight 3378 from Austin.
Okay, thanks for calling.
It will be an Embraer 175 E-Jet. As we come to you live from the Runway DFW satellite truck, which is in bad need of a paint job. Yonder cometh the flight from Austin, the capital of the state of Texas. American flies both American Eagle and American mainline jets between here and Austin. You're definitely catching a whiff of burning rubber here, because the wind is blowing in the exact right direction from where the planes touch down and hit and scrape the runway with those tires. And it's not the most pleasant of aromas, I must say. There's another American heavy jet. That's another 777 that is going to London. Seems like every hour or two, American has a plane headed to the old country. So there it goes over the bridge over to the east side. And it's just an amazing thing if you're on that parkway that connects all the terminals there in the middle of the airport. You're driving along and you see this gigantic jet driving over a bridge in front of you. I'm going to pull out here to watch American Eagle Flight 3776 arriving from Torreon. As you can see, it's an Embraer 175 LR.
Clear land, 18 right, hold short of Bravo, American.
Tower, report 111, 18 left open, we'll see you.
Channel member Karen Monson says, hi and good afternoon, everyone. Hello to you, Karen. Got 3 channel members sitting to the right of me. A-list flyer Chris, Angela Smith, and Chuck Tolsma. Chip is saying AA's odd flight numbers are westbound and eastbound are even. Well, that makes sense. Well, how do they number a flight that's going to South America? Huh? I'm sure he knows the answer to that. I don't. It's American Eagle Flight 4870 arriving from Aguas Calientes in Mexico. A CRJ 701ER. As we prepare ourselves for the arrival of the big A380 from London. In anticipation.
Arnav Delaire, 1718 left, sorry, clear for takeoff, envoy 4166.
We're looking at people who are traversing the field next to Founders Plaza, bringing with them chairs and most of them just walking over. They want to be right under that, or as much under that plane as they can get. You can't get. I don't think you can get right. Well, you get pretty close to being right under it down there. And you ask Walt, well, why don't you go down there? Well, I hear tell there's snakes down there, and also it would be a long way to cart all this gear. So I don't know. Maybe someday we'll do a trip down there, but not maybe be a one-off, very limited equipment trip. But we are now within earshot of the big plane. The excitement is building. That's not it there, but that is the one that's coming in before it. So we're now going to swing around and try to bring you as much as we can of the King of the Skies.
4166, good day.
There it is. Got my finger on the ready at the air horn. Seems a little defocused, doesn't it?
Sorry. 121.
Left is off base and we're going to...
There it is.
25, we'll clear across 20 left, American 30.
It's been a while since I've seen this come in. I actually have seen it coming in while driving to the airport. I've seen it in the sky, but I haven't seen it land in a while because our schedule has not been conducive to that.
Park clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2648.
So we did have this as our poster today, so I'm on our stream. So I'm glad we're actually getting to bring it to you. Big plane, but not as long as the A350 1000.
Departure American 2648. Echo 4, Whiskey Lima, hold short of 1.
The first time this plane landed here, and we were here to bring it to you, it was so crowded here that we really didn't get much of a view of the plane touching down because there were just so many people standing in front of our fixed position here. Mac Aviation says, thanks for all the kind words, means a lot. Good to see such a good vibe in the chat. Well, I credit our moderators for that, certainly, and also our great viewers. Thank you, Mac Aviation. Yeah, we have a lot of fun here. I mean, you know, if I weren't here, I think all of our viewers would just have a great old time yakking it up with one another, talking amongst themselves. But to have all of you out there also, you know, interacting with each other and with me, it's just it's a good environment. If you've got some troubles, you know, it's something kind of take your mind off things for a while. And by the way, if you are a new member and you're wondering, why isn't my name at the bottom of the screen? Well, I prepare that list of members before we go on the air, and so any new members would be reflected in our next broadcast. So I apologize for that. I don't have the staff for that to do real-time membership updates. So let's see if there's a place at the table for this A380, which is coming in right about on time, I think. It came in at 4:48 and was scheduled at 4:50, so it came in 2 minutes early.
Copy, American 1322. Go for east side, American 1233. Rushing around this Lima Fox Alpha, yeah, 65 bridge, American 1233.
It looks like it's being waved in. It is hard to top that, though, as far as seeing planes landing or taking off.
What side? Golf 8, short of 18 left, American 2187.
757 Chip says, I'm guessing the surface area of the flaps and slats on the A380 is larger than the entire surface area of an Embraer 175 wing. I'm guessing you are correct. Kevin Kelly says, well, thank you for a good stream at DFW Airport. Much appreciated. Channel member Shadowness says, good afternoon, everybody. So we're kind of winding down here now, I think. For us, this is a long broadcast to be over 4 hours. We usually kind of clock in at about 3 or 3.5. O'Malley says, good job, mods. I'm going to increase your pay by 20%. And Beve, who is a mod, says, tough math. 20% of... Oh. Yeah, our mods are not paid. They are voluntarily doing this for you. So that's why we like to thank them a lot.
I would approach for 3809. Still on 13 right. Down for 3461 for...
So the wind is picking up a little bit since we had it, since it was almost still earlier. That was Alaska Flight 576, a MAX 9, that was.
Echo and Alpha hold short of wing left, Alaska.
We still don't see too many MAX aircraft here for some reason.
RNAV Laren 18 left, cryptic on 3882.
Kenneth White, a channel member, says, Walt, Runway DFW is an awesome channel, and this chat is a really nice community. Thanks to you and mods. And yes, we have to give those mods much credit for this channel being as successful as it is. American flight, what number is this? 2517. It is arriving from Calgary in Canada. It's a 10-year-old Airbus A319. And that is what we'll be seeing next on Runway DFW. Jane Welshie lady says, watching on the TV in bed, that's a great place to watch. You know, if you haven't ever watched this stream or any of the airport streams on a big screen TV, you're missing out. It's almost all modern TVs can either receive YouTube directly, or you can replicate the screen on your tablet or your phone on the TV set or from your computer. It's a great way to watch. Watch the pictures on the big screen, follow along with the chat on your phone, and you're all set. Gary Locke says, great job, Walt, you and your helpers. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks to our helpers.
Alright, cross 18 left at Golf 8, we're parked in west side Delta 20.
Chip is saying, my understanding is that American uses its MAX 8s on East Coast routes. I've only flown on one out of DFW, and that was in 2019. And I guess between then and now, and they have that, can't remember when the MAX planes were grounded for a bit to repair some technical issues. American Flight 1322 to Denver is poised for takeoff. It is an Airbus A321. Looky here. This is crazy. This is that American Eagle heritage livery. This is the third time we've seen this today. We saw it arrive, and then we saw it take off, and now it's back again. Unless they've got more than one. I don't think they have more than one. When you start seeing planes for the second time, you know you've been here for a while. That was coming in from Killeen. Well, that's only a 32-minute flight from Killeen. It's an Embraer 170 STD. Sounds like some motor oil additive. It's a 14-year-old plane adorned with the former American Eagle livery, which kind of mimicked the American Airlines livery except for the tail. The tail of this, of course, has the Eagle symbol, and the former American Airlines livery has the AA on the tail.
Tower, Skywest 4956, visual 18 right. Land hold short, taxi clear, private for crossing traffic, clear land runway 18 right, Skywest 4956.
This flight's coming in about 25 minutes early, so it's they're trucking today.
Roger, 1322.
All right, we're going to scan these skies for American Flight 1825. It's another Airbus A319 arriving from Jackson in Mississippi. Alright, so I don't see anything imminently coming in on the radar, so I think we're gonna call it a day here at the big airport. Let me go over here and play this. At this time, we would like to say thank you to James Webb, the sponsor of Runway DFW. Thank you, James, for your very generous contribution today, for your channel membership, and for your sponsorship. Thank you also to Kevin at Airline Videos Live for providing us the battery power that makes this stream go. Thank you, Kevin. Watch his show tomorrow morning from LAX. And also, of course, big thank you to the Runway DFW Moderation Federation for sticking around with us today, for making sure you have a great experience here on the channel. We are planning to be back with you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. to kind of do a pre-game show for the runway, for the Airline Videos Live. So come back at us tomorrow, if you would. And until then, we are going to say thank you and goodbye. Happy contrails to you. Until we meet again.
Travel arrangements for overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.
Take off 20 left, 2665. Line flight 18 left, Ground United on board 3697. Echo 3, Echo 3 inbound. Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left, Skyline 4956. Take off 18 left on 136. Put departure at 2655. Oh, the west side. Call Vegas, full short of 18 left, American 10 left, line up point, American 1741. Order departure on 13697.
Bye for now.
One new clear land, short of Bravo, American 26.